All right. I think we're ready. I don't know. Just gotta sort of the thumbnail and we'll get started. Can't have people thinking this is day 30 now. That would be embarrassing. We're just waiting for some things and we'll be ready to go. There we go. Okay. So, get that on. Click on that. Okay. So, I'm sure everyone's very excited to find out that we are still in the painted world of Ariamis. Nothing has changed. Yeah. Familiarize myself with what's going on. Okay, so when we last left our heroes, we were discussing the possibility that maybe we knew of sort of a trifold situation. So we do that, we turn around. And so that would presumably tell us that we're exactly here. And so now we just need to get back. It's a little scary. We're just going to keep testing with this until something happens, I guess. Ten, 2, and 10, maybe? What if there was just like a high probability that we get back? Is that good enough? get a little bit of a different setup, I think. It might not be. Okay. So this tells me that we're here, I think. Okay. Those happen to get to the same spot. Roughly. Do I play Dark Souls 2? What does that mean? Have I played it? Yes. Will I play it again someday? Sure. Am I playing it right now? No, not really. Have I played it on this channel? Yes, but don't look into it. Take it you're a fan of Dark Souls 2, that is. So far this is working, but I'm also not doing this blind. And we're also not testing setting it up twice in a row either, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Alright, since we're getting this a lot, we're just gonna see what happens if we try and go from here. Six. So it's a bit of a problem there that our angle's not consistent. And so we're kind of leaning between 2 steps and 3 steps. So if we pick one, like, so we can either go the way I count steps is not precise, but you can like try and stop on the step, or you can try and stop after the step but before the next step. So you can either think of it as like going long or going short. And in the one situation, we want to go short because if we go long, we'll probably get stuck. And in the other case, if we go short, we probably will miss the bonfire. So that was probably as long as I did short there, and I probably could have done long, and it still got there, which is good. That's really cutting it close there. I'm really cutting it there. Yeah, right there is when we lose it all. We could try something. Well, no, we can't. Because most of the time, the majority of the time we're headed in this direction, and we need to correct. Yeah, that's tricky. So unfortunately, my genius idea isn't that genius. I mean, it worked that many times in a row without incident, but... Ah. That's not ideal. Hmm. Doesn't really make much of a sound. Hmm. Are these guys coming to... No, they don't care anymore. Okay. I suppose one thing I could do is I could do an extra roll. It might mess with some stuff, but it also might make some things more consistent. Whoops. Yeah. The extra roll kind of messes it all up. Hmm. Okay, so maybe we have to do a parry at the start, just to make sure we're right up against something. Oh. Guess that was bound to happen eventually. That's also unnerving. Our hidden body's lasting a little longer than we'd like. Twice in a row, why not? And what we're finding is we're kind of doing the same thing regardless of where we are, which is weird that that's working. And only in a few cases is it more or less problematic, where it's maybe not going to work. one more edge case. But I'd like to test. Kinda gotta get lucky for that. Okay, 2 more edge cases. This angle might be bad. It's going well. I guess we give it a shot, huh? It's not exactly easy. And we missed. Those feet. I mean, we did get hit twice, so there is that. I don't know why. Maybe we just ran at a hidden body really fast. When normally faster than that. Okay, we definitely went... Oh, this again? Really? Okay, I gotta see what's happening here. Um... Don't be alarmed about the sound. Man. Interesting. Okay, I guess I gotta pay more attention to the sound. Okay, maybe we need to pay attention to the footsteps sound, I guess. Now here's an edge case we haven't tested before. Okay. Is this angle good? God damn it. Alright. You screwed that up. Okay. God damn it. Okay, I was trying something a little different. Though if that does happen, we'll likely just be stuck there, which is not the worst thing ever. Okay, so I think we should have to hear the footsteps on the stone versus the snow and count 10 and 2, and maybe that'll work. Okay, so from where we are, should be 6. Okay, so that one, I'm assuming, was to the right side. When you're looking this way, that right side. I guess it's that if you're looking at my camera. Because I heard steps right away and just had to immediately start counting, or at least I heard stone steps right away. We still don't know what to do if we get the bad cycle, the bad angle, but hey. Very nice. Okay, I wasn't expecting to get there ever. This is Prepare to Die edition, yes. The best edition. Okay. I feel like if we get stuck here, it's just over. I don't know how we got stuck here. Actually, I'm going to quit out and let's just double check what happened, because... kind of important. Okay. So we didn't walk forward far enough. So we didn't really get to lock onto the guys to the other way. So that could happen. It's interesting. Because I had some inkling that I should have stepped further forward. I can't remember what it was. Just the fact that I had to take the 6 steps and I didn't even fully take the 6th step, maybe? Anyways, if this happens, I don't know how to distinguish this from the other alternative. Other than if I do this, that'll happen. But let's imagine I'm stuck here, roughly. I guess that would be the difference. Figure out the answer to that question later, I guess. It worked. Okay, I think we're already on the stone. And now we went too far. Damn it. Well, 19,000 is the new record. We didn't get it back though, so it doesn't count. And that water tastes terrible. Okay. So, I assume there I either over-corrected or maybe I counted wrong and I went one step too early. The rest of the... no, I did rest of the bonfire, so this is... Oops. It's okay. Just gonna get these guys for a second. It's like, if I'm here... Nine will still get you there. Eight is bad. But let's try 9 with like a heavy 2. It feels hard to do it with just 9. Then again... Maybe I don't know what's going on there. It's so hard to screw that up, it feels like. Like, you can go too far that way, and then you just get like a flash of the bonfire. You really have to be spamming for. Man, I'm tired. It's worth noting that I think the most souls I ever need at one time is like 22,000. So if I just spend them every trip for a while, well, to be every trip for like a few levels, and then let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go to the handy dandy calculator. Um, 14, 36. Okay, so 4,900 until we get like above 7,000 per level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 6 levels basically, and then I have to start doing trips of 2. 1, 2, 3, Or what am I counting them like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then it's going to be roughly every 2 levels. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Every 3 levels. 23, 640 is the highest I have to go. Which isn't that many in a row, really. But like, okay, we've got, was it like 7 plus 16 plus 16, that's 16 times 2. And then plus 11 plus 11 plus 11. And then 3, was it, at the end? Like 84 trips? That doesn't seem quite right. I mean, that is assuming like 7,000 per trip, which is maybe high. Yeah, okay. And there's a lot of waste in this, too. It doesn't calculate for waste at all. Or actually, it assumes waste is what it does. So, you know, it's not ridiculous. Wait a second. Okay, but I think what I really need to do is test this out with the symbol of avarice on. Which that should be fun. Yeah. I'll have to check what's going on there. I don't understand. Just a heads up that there's no sound here because I don't want to listen to myself. Okay. Start from the beginning. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, we're a little bit further than we usually are. One, 2, 3, 4. It's a bit of a weird spot. We wouldn't normally be here. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. So that's what's happening. We're just getting like a great angle. So it's actually a bad angle because we've been assuming that we're always getting a terrible angle, and then we've been correcting, and when we get a good angle, it's overcorrecting. That sucks. Also, one thing I noticed, which I should have realized sooner, is we don't have to have these stupid clothes on. It doesn't change the fact that this isn't perfect. Okay, we're stuck here again. So at least we have... If ever we get stuck, we'll kind of want to do that. To check where we are, we would roll this way. Damn it. That's not what you want. I will be completely lost here. Oh, we weren't... We weren't two-handed. Oh, okay. That's what happened. Shit, dude. I mean, the good news is we're always getting stuck in the same spot. The bad news is that's not very good. Well, actually, there's 2 spots we're getting stuck, but that's besides the point. There's 1 spot we're getting stuck in a lot that we know what it sounds like, and we can know when we're in. The problem with this is I don't know how to make it line up. The most I can do is, like, save my souls if that happens. And then if we get stuck in the other spot, I don't know. So yeah, I got out of that situation. But these souls we only get once, right? Because if we dark sign now to reset our position back to a good position, it's all over. All right. Just make sure we're on hidden body. Okay, so what happened there was I just guessed that it was the situation before, and I guessed that based on being immediately on stone. So I rolled initially and I was on snow, which usually means I'm in the one spot that takes a few steps to get onto stone. But it wasn't that, because I immediately walked in and was immediately on stone. And so I took the 10 steps, then just did a 1 correction step and I got there, but I don't know. Also, the more time we waste, the worse this is. But I guess we can always heal. Oh, wow, really? Damn. So I guess we can get pretty stuck. So I guess we have to take a lot of steps before we know that we're stuck. We might die here. We were fine. And, oh, I'm here, okay. Yeah, so this is one of the situations I don't know what to do. Because this situation sounds identical to another situation. I guess, okay. Bow. We hear stone immediately. So that tells me we're here. 1, 2. Okay, that's my best guess at how to deal with that. What the hell? Oh, I was just hidden bodied for so long. Okay. I think I know where I am. Excellent. Oh, damn. What the hell? Okay, let me get to the bonfire. Gotta see what happened there. There's gonna be no sound for this. Don't freak out that your sound is broken, because it's not. So picking up the item was annoying, but I'm confused why I heard the sound, the stone that I did. I'm not sure if this is the run. It looks like it. So this might be the run before, huh? It might be. Yeah, it's gotta be. Because this one went well, and also I was on stone the whole time. So it's this next one here. This I was like, okay, got confused. Because hidden body hadn't run out. That's a good spot. 3, then 4.5. 1, then 2. Okay, and we are not a very rare spot, really. Okay. A very rare spot, actually. We hear that immediately. Interesting. There's just so many angles to this. Say at this point, I've definitely proven that this is doable in a reasonable amount of time. I think I got maybe 3 or 4 in a row with minor cheating in between. We'll just have to at some point go and actually figure out all the different little things. This is something we're gonna have to practice a lot and execute almost as much. All right. So, here's what we need. The initial setup is from the bonfire, dark sign. Okay, let's bold this. I will say initial drip. Dark sign. Excuse me. We'll also, I guess, make a note here. Magic should be hidden body, soul arrow, soul spear. Equipment should be symbol of avarice, no clothes, I guess. Catalyst and bow is, I think, self-explanatory. Field we haven't actually been using, so I don't think that matters. Okay. Right. So it's walk forward for 9 steps. Then lock on. Oh, whoops. Hidden body first, then walk forward. We hidden body, and then we swap to soul spear immediately. Then we soul spear. Then we walk forward again for 20 plus 6. And we lock on, let's just say with lock on 20 plus 1. Which is a weird way of putting it, but I count 20 steps and then I go on the and after the 20th step I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and on that 1 is when I hit lock on. That's just how I have it remembered. It's not going to change. Then we stop and we cast. Oh, whoops. Also, this is soul arrow. My bad. Swap to soul spear. Cast soul spear. Times 4. And then it's swap to bow. 2-hand. Zoom. Roll backwards. Be one of those somewhere. Four times. Swap, or sorry, unzoom, swap to catalyst, swap to hidden body, cast, well, I'll just say hidden body. Hidden body. Then we turn around, reset the camera, swap to bow, 2-hand, zoom, roll, left, roll right, walk forward, stone. Just say until you hear stone. And then we've got some decision trees. We've got, well, okay, actually, I already got a decision tree. If roll is on stone, if roll is on snow. The roll's on stone. We do walk forward 10 into forward and right 2 into just forward to E slash bonfire. But we're not done yet. If that happens, if no bonfire, actually, well, for now, let's deal with it. Then it's roll to the left, walk forward. This hasn't been hashed out. Roll backwards. And then to the right. E slash bonfire. You must spend your souls and dark sign. And I guess we'll put if bonfire. Continue to subsequent trip. Okay, now if the roll is on snow, that means a few things. We're always walking forward here. But if first steps are stone, it's a 10 into 1 into a bonfire. Man, this decision tree is going to get nuts. If first steps are snow, walk forward. Oops. Until steps are stone. Well, we can just say, did it again. Then forward 10 into 2 into E into bonfire. And then well, yeah, no, I think it still makes sense. We could potentially turn this into its own thing and then always reference back to it. Doesn't really matter. Now, we need an extra condition for if no stone steps. Run out of space real quick. We have to zoom in, roll to the right. If roll is on stone, roll back. Walk forward for some amount of time, not particularly relevant. Then, well, actually, we should unzoom for this, and then walk, and then zoom, and then roll left, and then unzoom, and then roll left again. Because we're running out of time, or space, I mean. I think it's one of these angles. But I'm not sure. Finally, if roll is on snow, not yet routed. Okay. And then we just need subsequent drip, which so far the only difference is this right here. So Same as initial drip, except walk forward. Six steps instead of 9. Other important info, because this is so complicated. If you get stuck for too long of a time, you will need to heal to avoid dying to Symbol of Avarice. This isn't really good English. If you wait too long at the bonfire, you will need to heal. We'll just say heal up the Symbol of Avarice damage before starting. If you make it to the bonfire, you should wait after standing up from the bonfire to avoid problems with how do I describe this? Back. Oh, I guess one thing I wasn't considering, not working as intended, or you, well, capitalize the or you can tap back again. One thing I realized is you need to NC before you start and walk forward 6 steps instead of 9. Okay. Are there any other edge cases that I currently know how to solve? If you take too long getting stuck before walking through the hollows, you may want to re-up your hidden body before continuing. Otherwise, you will need to nail it. Hit the bonfire in one go. And also, if you re-up your hidden body or are just fast, you will need to wait at the bonfire to start your hidden body over again. And this may also require you healing up any symbol of avarice damage. Lots of stuff to know. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Nothing I can think of right now. All right. I think I'm gonna move on for now because I'm just tired of Ariamis. So I'm just going to the bathroom quick, and we'll get right back into it. All right, we lose everybody, or do we have nobody to begin with? I don't know, and I don't care. Yes, okay, that's still working. All right. Right. I was thinking we could do something a little bit fun, but there are issues with it. One is we don't have all the souls, and it would take a while to get them. Screw it. We're done with our AMS for now. So we have to now jump back quite a ways to the land before time. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All the way back to a Firelink. Woohoo! Okay, so currently we believe that all of our strats are totally valid and we don't need to do anything different other than everything. One thing, do we have? No, we don't. Okay, when did I do that? We have to do the... Just so you're aware, we have a crap ton of all these different saves. So I just have to sort these out for a second. Is it this one that's fine? I like fixed one of my saves and didn't do any of the ones in between to save time. I have no idea. Oh, did I name it this one? This seems weird and different. Yeah, okay. Weirdly enough, we spent all the souls, went and grabbed the red tearstone ring, because this is the one thing that's missing from all our other routes. And so from this save, we can fix all the others, I think. Let me just figure out what's going on here and explain what's going on so I understand. Think like, oh, I know what's going on. I don't even know what's going on, so you don't know what's going on. Okay, so we're in Firelink. After just having killed Quelaag, the big spider. All right, we're not going to make it too accurate. Big spider. And big spider's dead. And so we got the 20k souls. Okay. And we spent basically all of them. And we also have the red tearstone ring, which we don't need to think about because we were supposed to have done it like 20,000 saves ago. We just never did because we didn't need the ring until now. Okay. So we need to go up. Oh. Yes, okay. We need to go up the elevator, over down to the Undead Parish, to the bonfire there. We need to go in through Sens. We need to grab a bunch of souls. and rescue Big Hat in the cage. And then we need to run all the way back. Run up through the big aqueduct area. These areas are not close to each other. Then all the way up through over to the Undead Merchant. Need to buy Lloyd's Talismans. And then we teleport back here because we don't care. Then go back up again. Go back through. We grab more souls. We grab the Symbol of Avarice. We grab the Slumbering Dragoncrest ring. Which souls do we need? We need 3K, which is actually way up here. We need Slumbering Dragoncrest ring, which is here. We need 5K, which is way down here. And that's good, I think. Also, all of that is routed up until that point. The only thing that we don't know is we didn't have the ring for that, but that's not a big deal. Let me check my saves for a second. We need to save when we get back to Firelink to like with Logan rescued and all that stuff. Or I don't know. Hold on a second. We need Symbol of Avarice to kill Butterfly. And we do that after all this stuff. So we do this stuff, then we go run off, kill the big butterfly with Symbol of Avarice on, which gives us 12,000. We use that up. We bring it back to Firelink. And that makes Firelink buying Soul Spear. That's that save. Earlier, I think I had a save in the pendulums. I don't think that one's necessary to modify at all. We also have a parish. Oh, we have a undead parish before going to Sands. We have one in Sands. We have one in parish before going to get butterfly. These aren't particularly important, I don't think. And then after butterfly, or no, we get back with the souls. We pop more souls. We sell them to Framed, and we pop a soul. And we buy Soul Spear. That one would be nice to have fixed. It's a lot of G-dang work to get that done. But I guess we'll have to do it. So we'll fix that one. We'll fix Firelink, buying Soul Spear. I guess while we're here, we'll fix Undead Parish and Undead Perish. Butterfly. We'll have to double check that these are actually what we think they are, so we're not like overwriting saves poorly. And then after Soul Spear, then I think we can just. Oh, okay. Before we can do anything past that, we have to. Oh, at some point, and I keep forgetting this. Actually, don't even know where this is in my route. We have a key somewhere. Right. This is after Crest. We don't do this anymore. I'm supposed to slot that in somewhere. Still not sure where. But we need to pick up the basement key. And then we need to go through Undead Berg. Kill Taurus. That needs to be routed. So that's. I think that's kind of the. I gotta figure out what Firelink 2 is. Give me a second. I assume that's. I have no idea what that is. Actually. I forgot I need to name these things so that they're organized better. What the hell is this? Is this literally like we've gotten back here with all the souls? Got this. Okay, this is. We've gotten back to Firelink. Logan should be rescued. But we have yet to go to the Undead Merchant. Okay. That's helpful. So actually we'll rename this. Firelink rename. Before Merchant. Okay. Technically this one is here. And then we also have a butterfly dead, which I don't really care about fixing. But okay, so Firelink and Firelink New are both 7. I have these numbered, but they're all labeled 7, and so after that would be Undead Parish would be, let's call it 7.1. And then Undead Parish Butterfly. Sorry, what am I doing? 7.3. Firelink before Merchant. 7.2. Firelink buying Soul Spear. 7.5. Then we have a bunch of things yet to create, but okay. And then I guess rename sends pendulums to 7.15. No, that doesn't work. That's fine. And rename butterfly dead. Convenience to 7.3. And the rest don't matter. I know you can't see any of this, by the way. If you weren't aware, that this stream is just me doing a thing. And I'll be damned how many people watch. Although I appreciate the support. I'll try to make it as interesting as I can, but everything I do in terms of this project gets streamed, so. Okay, right. So we're gonna place these 4. And then I guess we have some routing to do. Cool. I have to... Okay, we'll keep these. Oh, also I can't see stuff otherwise. So we're just gonna run through all this stuff, fix these saves, and then we'll start routing past that. I believe this is Undead Parish. Although arguably I could have spent some of those souls on arrows, doesn't really matter. I just have to quit out to make the save. Hopefully I'm not breaking stuff. Doesn't really matter too much if I am anyways. We're not fixing pendulums, we're just gonna run in and do the stuff. Well, he didn't die. Probably should have quit out later. Lots of quitting out here, but I'm just trying to be safe and get this all done rather quickly. Routing is a lot more than memorizing. Just give me a second, or this guy's gonna be a dick. All right. Routing is I have to figure out the series of inputs that I need to do in order to do this blindfolded. And during that process, I am memorizing. But it's also figuring out what strategies I need to figure out how to find the inputs for, etc., etc. It gets quite complicated.
Oh.
Right now, I'm just running through some stuff that's already been routed. In order to fix some of my save files that I'll be using for various practice. Because as things change, I have to go back and fix save files, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's, this game has not been figured out yet. At least not the way I'm doing it. Yeah. Yeah, the glitchless part is a huge pain. As somebody has already beaten the game blindfolded with glitches, I decided to one-up them. Because reasons. And let me tell you, it's hard. It's a lot harder. So that's, for instance, why I'm good to hear. So I'm running around grabbing souls right now, because when you can't use glitches, you actually need to get all the souls. Just beat Dark Souls 3 for the first time, or you just happen to have beat it today for fun. Either way is fine, I'm just curious. First time, nice. I do regret to inform you that you have already played the hardest one. So if you're looking for more of a challenge, it's not going to quite be that, but... I mean, it's hard to say, but like, in general, I find that Dark Souls 3 requires the most skill to beat. Like, it kind of assumes you've already played Dark Souls 1 and 2, and you're very familiar with the control scheme and all that. I mean, it's obviously not required, but it's just like a lot of, and I guess, I don't know if you've like beaten all bosses in Dark Souls 3 or not. Some of those get like pretty insane. Dark Souls 1 is still difficult, but it's mostly a knowledge gap. Like there's so many ways in Dark Souls 1 do things that are really easy, or like to do things that are seemingly hard, but to like trivialize them and make them really easy, that don't require a lot of skill, but it requires you to know a lot about the game in order to do that. Dark Souls 2 is yeah, like the biggest thing with Dark Souls 1 that you'll struggle with is just like learning the new areas and like knowing what things to avoid and what not to do. Like you'll certainly struggle. It's because again, like I said, it is a knowledge gap. But like technically speaking, like your dexterity and your ability to like dodge attacks and all this, I don't, and I granted I played Dark Souls 1 and then 2 and then 3. So I don't know what it's like to play 3 then 2 then 1 or 3 then 1 then 2 or something like that. So I don't know for certain what that experience is like. But having played them all many times over, I would say 100% Dark Souls 3 is the hardest from a technical standpoint and just in general. Yeah. That's a game, all right. So I'm just fixing my saves here. I am not capable of commenting on the matter, as I have not played one of those two games. Actually, let me just double check, make sure I'm not forgetting something. Did Undead Parish, I did Firelink before Merchant. I need Undead Parish, Butterfly. Okay, so that's in a while. Definitely say, out of the 3 Dark Souls games that I've played, of which there are only 3 total anyways, I enjoy them in the order Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, with Dark Souls 1 being my favorite. But it's specifically because how Dark Souls 1 is, in the sense of like it not actually being that hard and more of more of a knowledge thing and like just understanding the game. I enjoy the aspect that like you can choose your difficulty in Dark Souls 1 by just like picking a different path or changing your equipment, etc., etc. And so the more knowledgeable you are, the easier the game is. And also, you can do stupid things like play the game blindfolded and make the game insanely hard. And then do your best to make it easy. Like, I can't imagine trying to do Dark Souls 3 blindfolded. I think it would be hell. I would absolutely recommend Dark Souls 1 first. But I would also recommend it first out of all of the games. Always, all the time. Even though, like, the story's not that important. I just think it's the one people should play first. But that's just me.
You seem to have...
The only problem with Dark Souls 1 first is they kind of did this really dumb thing, in my opinion, where they remastered the game for some stupid reason. And then, like, that's, you know, you can only get so mad about that. But then they were like, you know what? We're just going to remove the old version from any online marketplace ever. People should have to buy our new version and not the older, better version. And it frustrates me to no end. But it's what they did. And so if you didn't buy, say, Prepare to Die edition on Steam before a certain date, which I did not, you can't buy it on Steam. And you have to buy the remastered version. That being said, I am not playing the remastered version because I hate it. But we don't need to get into that right now. I'm sure I could rant for a very long time on how much I think remasters are stupid. Yes, this is the original, more or less, I think. Hard to know for certain. Let's not get into it. It's more or less the original, yeah. There are not many differences between the two games, but there are enough to make a big difference when you are a big fan of both, or of the original, and are very familiar with it. So, like, the graphics, I think, are barely different. Some people think they're, like, actually better, which is, like, honestly, I look at them both and I'm like, I can barely tell the difference. Except in very small instances where I think actually the original looks better. But there's probably some, like, frames per second optimization that, like, somebody somewhere cares about. It's not me, I'll tell you that. But the biggest thing for me, the difference between the two games, is there's just differences in, like, the code behind the game. But, like, honestly, if you look at people playing the remastered version, you're, like, people ask all the time in the stream, and I say all the time, people ask some of the time in the stream if this is the remastered version or Prepare to Die edition or whatever. But honestly, the reason they ask is because they can't tell by looking, which is crazy. There's, like, 2 instances that I can think of off the top of my head where the game looks visibly different, which is because they, like, retextured, or it's not really texture. It's more of a graphical effect that they changed and updated. So fire and lightning effects in the game were changed in the remaster, and so they look nicer in a sense. They look like really high fidelity and things like that. But the problem is, in my opinion, they look like they don't fit inside the game. Like, it's just like all of a sudden, you've got like a 1080p character, and he's fighting with like a flaming weapon that's in 4K, and it's like very odd looking. But the biggest thing is like the underlying code seems to have changed. At least slightly. So certain glitches have been fixed, and it's also given rise to new glitches. So like duping items can't be done in the same way anymore, but there's new dupes now, and as it turns out, they're actually easier, not necessarily easier, but more widespread dupes, I guess, that are more broken, I think would be the best way to put it. So like in the original version, yeah, no, they did a fantastic job. There's actually a great video, or actually a series of videos that I love, made by another huge fan of this game, the original, that just goes in and details all the differences between the original and the remastered version. And there's some really truly stupid differences that are just like, not necessarily worse, but it's like, why did this get changed? Why is this even different now? And it's like just like weird things that come as a result of someone changing the game who doesn't really understand it. So like, I mean, I couldn't possibly explain this one thing, but like, actually, I actually shouldn't explain this one thing, because you've not played the game yet, and I don't want to spoil certain areas and things like that. But suffice to say, there's some really weird stuff going on. I suppose you likely wouldn't be familiar with the difference between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. That was sort of a weird thing. So like, Dark Souls 2 came out at sort of the end of the 360 PlayStation 3 era. And so, because the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, I think those are the two that were at the same time, I'm not sure. Because they came out shortly after the game released, they decided to re-release the game, and then for some reason they like re-released the game and they changed things. They changed things ever so slightly. In some cases they changed things to be more lore accurate, and in other cases they just like moved things to different areas because they thought it would make a better flow to the game. So they changed enemy locations, item locations, just like weird tiny little things, which I bought both and played both, mostly because Scholar of the First Sin came with DLC, and at the time I did not have a great way of buying DLC. Like, I didn't have a credit card that I could like use to buy things online with. So for me, that was a way to buy the game, a physical copy of the game with the DLC. And so it like, I was an Xbox kid, and so I had it for 360 and Xbox One then, and then I could play on my Xbox One and have DLCs. It was decent for me, except they changed the whole game, and then I had like 2 games kind of in my head. And it was just like really weird for the longest time. Like, I played the game so much that I actually knew where all of the stuff was in both games. So like, I'd see an item and I'd go and pick it up, and I could tell you what it was before I picked it up. And then sometimes it'd be like, oh wait, no, that's in this version of the game, or oh, it's in that version again. Like, it got very confusing and very annoying. And there's just a lot of tiny little weird differences like that. Yeah, and I would say, like, if I'm being honest, it doesn't matter which one you pick. For all intents and purposes, Scholar of the First Sin is a perfectly acceptable game. And actually, I don't know if the original even has access to a new boss that they added in Scholar. Or maybe that boss was always added with the DLC. I think it was just new in Scholar. But honestly, it's not a very good boss.
No, old friend. You freed us all.
Hell yeah. That's always a good one. Yeah. But I suppose it might just be more monetarily efficient to get Scholar, because it comes with DLC, whereas if you get... Actually, I don't even know if they sell the original anymore unless you buy like a disc copy. Honestly, I have no idea. I have not looked into it. If I wanted to play either one, I'd have to either go to my Xbox 360 or my Xbox One to play them. I'm not particularly interested in doing that. They might? Yeah, it's possible. I have no idea. If they did get rid of the original, I would be pretty upset, but I think part of the reason... Sorry, I have to shut up Andre for a second so I can talk. I think if they did get rid of the original, that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Unless... Because I don't think they released Scholar of the First Sin for, like, the older generation of consoles. I don't think they did, so it would make sense for them not to get rid of it. But clearly, as I've already explained earlier, they're not above removing older versions of their game simply because they want to sell the new version of their game that's worse. But hey. Yeah, if it comes down to it, just pick one, whichever one's less expensive, I would say, and you'll be fine. I guess the one thing could be... Actually, I assume the online's dead in both, so that won't matter at all. Okay, we got all the things we needed. I think so. Well, Dark Souls 3...
Fear the fearsome fury of the forest fawn.
That's not a bad one either. Everybody no-hit you? Like... I mean, it's been so long since I played Dark Souls 3, but I feel like it's probably overrun by cheaters now, if I had to guess. Okay. I think we have everything. I just have to update my save now. I mean, the PvP in that game was pretty broken, I think. Like, so many people played that game almost exclusively for PvP, it felt like. Some people just love the Souls games for PvP. And, like, that game was... It's just, like, everyone just had, like, an incredible PvP build. It was very balanced, actually, and there was actually pretty good PvP, but, like... I also feel... I don't remember exactly how, like, the matchmaking system worked either. Um, but I feel like it was abusable, or at least it was the kind of thing where you had to like, oh, was no, soul memory was a thing in Dark Souls 2. Maybe there was something similar to soul memory though, where like the number of souls you've spent on your character or something like that affects which people you get connected to, and so if you're very careful of what you do in the game, you can go up against people who are like low enough level, or yeah, it was always a thing with PvP where you had to be very careful um how you level your character in order to get like a good experience. And they're gonna like do the absolute bare minimum of stuff to get like the most powerful weapon they can, and they're gonna like buff it up to insane levels and get all these things. And so it's like, unless you're like doing PvP at like the highest level with like like you know, like the maxed out accounts, or like the level 100 plus accounts anyways, where like it all kind of evens out at that point, you know, you're probably gonna get messed up. Okay, yeah. I guess we're just gonna mess up Moonlight Butterfly by ourselves, because I'm lazy. Or... no, actually... Do I fight the bosses blindfolded? I know I'm not blindfolded right now, but I do everything blindfolded. The reason I'm not blindfolded right now is because I'm trying to figure out how to do this all blindfolded. And that's hard to do blindfolded, so that's why I can see right now. But if you'd like, I can try and show you what it looks like to fight a boss blindfolded. The only thing is, for this boss... Alright, let's just do it, you know? Why not? Actually, this boss is a little different. It's been a while since I routed this section. Also, I should also point out, don't get too excited. I do have a blindfold and/or sleep mask here, but I will not be wearing it, as it is uncomfortable to take on and off a bunch, and so whenever I do stuff blindfolded when I'm routing, I just close my eyes, and you'll have to take my word for the fact that they're closed, but when it actually comes to doing attempts, I will be wearing a sleep mask, so that I can't see. Okay, I trust you. That's not the point. Okay, let me just quickly... Actually, we're just gonna get to the boss blindfolded, or sorry, we're gonna get to the boss sighted, and then we're gonna go from there because I don't fully remember all the steps, and I don't want to go memorize them right now. Oh, sorry, by the way, we cheat for this fight. Um, okay, we love a little cheesing. No, I said cheating. Okay, this ring we could put on, but we're not gonna. We need this shield. Okay, hopefully don't screw this up. Because it could go badly, and I don't remember all the rules of what I have to do, so yeah. Let's just refresh my memory. We go in. We do that. Da. Okay. Let's do this. And that's how you do it. It went well, so that's good. That fight can go pretty bad on account of Beatrice is kind of bad at her job, but she literally did all the work, okay? Yeah, the nice thing though is because she started smacking him with her staff, which is obviously useless and doesn't do anything, it lets me know that he's landed, because she only does that when he's landed, and it means I can start fighting him now. Because otherwise I have no audio cue to know that he's done that. Also, I should say, I don't know if Moonlight Butterfly is a boy or a girl, and I guess it doesn't really matter. But it helps distinguish between Beatrice and the butterfly if the butterfly is a he. It's just a game. I think some people get a little upset if you call Sif a he. but I don't get up all in arms about it. And I think usually I say he, but... Also, Sif is a dog, by the way. um... I guess I have some strats for this. I'm just trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I think we're at the end of me knowing where I'm going, and at the start of I'm going to have to start routing some stuff for once. Also, I suppose I should be fair to the Dark Souls community. I don't think anyone has ever actually gotten mad at anyone over Sif's gender. But it is one of those things where people are like, oh, actually, Sif is a girl? And it's like, okay. It's so good. Right, now... all of this is still... sorted. We still have all this routed, but we're just doing it the easy way. Trying to save time. Talk to the big weird snake. Definitely doesn't look like anything other than a snake.
I am. Farewell.
Go here.
There you are. As I will stay.
And there we dark sign. Hopefully, okay. Very similar, yes. So if I recall correctly, being embered gives you a 30% boost to your health and activates online play as well as summons and stuff like that. And in this game, being human just activates online play. And also, the Estus flasks you have in this game are tied to your bonfire and not to anything else. And so, this bonfire has 10 Estus flasks at it because it's already been upgraded once by, like, the game, I guess you could say. Normally it's 5. And so if you want to upgrade a bonfire more, you have to be human, and then you have to use your humanities to spend to upgrade a single bonfire. So it's very similar. And also, you have skin when you're human, which is also nice. I don't think I made a save, but I should make the save, because that's kind of the whole point of doing this. Oh, also, I think being human might increase your curse resistance or something like that. Very obscure. And I'd have to double check that fact, because I'm not certain of it. Oh, shoot. Okay, we'll make a new one. Because I think I got confused. And we'll sort that out later, because it's boring. Okay. It's not a huge deal. Curse is very rarely used in the game. But I can go test it real quick because I used the humanity, so let's see. Curse resist is 30. That seems like higher than it's supposed to be. Let's go throw away this humanity. I might be wrong too. It might just be the number of humanity you have on you. Okay, it doesn't affect your curse resist at all. And now we don't have any skin. Or at least we don't have nice skin, I guess. Yeah, 99 is the max. Humanity in this game. Do I have a... I do have a Firekeeper Soul. Don't mind me, I'm just going to do something illegal. Two-hand, that's important. Oops. Excuse me. I'm bad at this because I don't do this on keyboard. Also, I'm playing this on keyboard right now, by the way. Shit. God damn, it's been so long since I've done this. Okay, here we go. So... You are correct. But it is necessary for what I'm doing. So I've got 5 humanity now from doing that. Now my curse resist is 80. And all my other resistances are buffed too, but... So having humanity gives you resistance to damage. And now I will throw away these humanity because... they are not legitimate. And I believe those resistances cap at a certain level. Actually, maybe they... I think it's diminishing returns after 10, but they do keep increasing your resistance. Oh, shit. I'm an idiot. I've died twice now because I gotta get rid of these humanity. I think they do have diminishing returns after 10, but you do get bonuses all the way up to 99. And so, like, some tryhards and... God damn it. Whatever, we'll just keep them. It doesn't matter. We'll lose them eventually. Some tryhards in PvP would just always have 99 humanity all the time because it gives them bonus resistance. So it just makes you stronger effectively. Okay, what am I doing right now? We just got Soul Spear. And so all we... Oh, right. We need to kill Taurus. Actually, I can probably do this to get rid of it, right? Yeah, that'll get rid of it forever. So we need to actually route getting through Undead Burg to the Undead Burg bonfire. Actually, let me go back to Gimp here. And honestly, let's just start a new one. Okay. So we're all the way down here in Firelink. This is the aqueduct system. So We got Big Bad Taurus over here. His big horns. And his big frowny face. And his six-pack abs. Okay. This is very important. We need to draw this out. So we need to go up across here, into here, up here, around here, up here, here. Get the bonfire over here, not to scale. Then we need to decide how to get to Taurus and kill him. God damn it, I forgot about the damn key again. We need to go and get a key before we do all of this. And then fix our save. And then we need to go do all this. Kill Taurus. We go past him. We go into the Undead Burg. Go through here. Go rescue Griggs, who's behind a door. He's just a little stick dude. Got a little staff. And then once we rescue Griggs, technically we've done all we need to do. But we should also try and run through and unlock the shortcut. That's what we need to do. But first we gotta go to the key. So let's do that. Because that key, unless I did get the key, which would be super cool if I did. Nope. We don't have the right key. I can't tell you how many times I've forgotten this key over the past, like, 2 weeks. There's no way I'm ever remembering it on the first attempt of this run. I'm gonna get to this far, somehow. I'm gonna forget the key, and I have to start the whole thing over again, because I'm pissed off or something, I don't know. Actually, I would have to restart the whole thing over again. I think. Maybe not. It's hard to say. Yeah. I'm not sure if you were originally joking or if he took you saying it out loud to realize it, but yes. Chat cannot help. Okay, there's the key. Now... Now we can redo this save, and then all the other saves should be fine, because they don't really need to have the key. It doesn't change anything. This save, it does need the key, so... Okay. So step one is we need to get to the area we already know how to get to, if I can remember how to do that. Okay, that's not ideal. We'll just pretend that it worked. I think this is right. Do backstep. Turn this direction. We backstep. We turn this direction. Yeah. That's kind of scary. He doesn't normally do that. Okay, and here is we're going to make a temporary save because getting there takes a while. And I don't want to do this 10 million times. So, we're officially in the weeds now. And this next bit is not going to be easy. I don't remember exactly what I was doing before. I mean, if that works consistently, I don't know if I can remember all the steps immediately. That'd be great. Let's see. It was like 5 into, okay, I wasn't counting the straight, into 3 into 2 into 3 into 6 into 4 into 7. Let's try that again. I mean, we were always going to try that again, but... Yay! I mean, I wasn't expecting this to work every time. This is by far the hardest part of all this, is enemies, and they're random. And they just do whatever they want to do, and they don't care that I can't see what they're doing and can barely understand what the sounds they're making mean. They just do what they want to do anyways. So maybe we'll try running at some point. That might make things a little easier. The problem is it's also pretty much impossible to hear things. Oh, that's in the road already. We just don't have it yet. It's very necessary, actually. Your instinct is correct. But to get Hidden Body, you need to kill the Hydra. And that's hard to do. So... I guess technically at this point we could probably almost... Actually, could we get it? No, I don't think we can. Um, so what we're doing right now is at this point in the run, we just got Soul Spear. Oh, wait. We just bought Soul Spear. But we haven't had any souls to spend on our intelligence yet, so we can't actually use it. Trying to figure out if I'm actually doing this route properly or not. Because I thought I wanted to have Soul Spear for Taurus Demon. I don't need it. But it makes it easier. I'll assume... Because... I don't think so. Because I think the way the route currently works is we're kind of banking all of our souls. Granted... let me see something for a second. Okay, our health is back at 8. This is at 32. This is back at 15. That looks about right. So 30.7. 30 or 47.2 minus 30.7. We need about 17,000 souls to be able to use Soul Spear. And currently we have, I think this is 13,000 banked. So we couldn't use it if we wanted to right now. Yeah, okay. So I guess we have to kill Taurus without Soul Spear. But anyways, I think I was elaborating on what the plan is right now. So we want to get to the top. Oh, sorry. We want to kill Taurus, rescue Griggs, go back to Firelink, go back to Undead Parish, go up Sen's Fortress, grab one of the souls there, use that to get Soul Spear, or get 36 intelligence to use Soul Spear, use Soul Spear to kill Iron Golem, and then we bring Iron Golem souls back to Firelink to buy Homing Soul Mass, Great Heavy Soul Arrow, and the Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring, as well as Fall Control and Oral Decoy right now. And then we use all of those things, minus maybe Fall Control and Oral Decoy, which aren't actually necessary for this. We use all those to kill Hydra, and then get Hidden Body. And then we take all this stuff to Anorlondo to start... Oh, I have to grab Peculiar Doll, and then we go to Anorlondo. And then we can start farming to take on Ornstein and Smo. Yeah, so we got to do this with this crappy heavy soul arrow and regular soul arrow. We're going to figure that out, I guess. Yeah, the problem we're having right now is a classic problem that I encounter in this area and other areas like it, with lots of enemies and lots of noise. is enemies are loud, and areas of the game are loud. And I play this game by sound, or at least I need to play the game by sound. And so I'll have to do some tweaking of things. Game's going away for a second. It's coming back. And we're muting Windows sound. And we're unmuting that sound. Okay. Give me 1 second. All right, this is our secret weapon currently for dealing with problems with sound. Yep. That's what we do. Oh, I guess yeah, sorry, you can't see this anymore, but you can hear it. I've got an online metronome that I've been using to help me time things when I can't hear properly. And there's a whole bunch of things I have to change in my settings in order to capture the audio in a way that isn't obnoxious. And so it's probably not too loud for you. It's probably louder for me. No. Anytime I use the metronome, you can hear it. I don't use that in Butterfly. I don't use it very often because it's incredibly annoying. I only have really needed it so far when I've been unable to hear my footsteps. And if I can't hear my footsteps and I'm trying to count my footsteps, things just go absolutely wrong so quick. So, okay. I guess I have to start this. And did I? Okay, I didn't. Stop that for a second. Eventually I have to actually buy like a physical metronome because I don't currently have a way of activating the metronome while blindfolded. And like moving around in my computer and like accessing different windows and things like this is just not possible with a blindfold on. But currently I don't need the blindfold to do this because I'm just trying to figure this stuff out. And so eventually I'm going to have like a tiny little one that sits beside me that I can like start and stop. And in that case, I don't even know if you'll be able to hear it, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter. I gotta change the save now. There's not really any rules. The rules are the ones that I set for myself. But part of it is having something physical will make me feel more at ease because it's something that I know it's a lot harder to screw up. And I just see tons of issues that could come as a result of like trying to set something up and then you're in the middle of the run and you press the button for your macro and then it just doesn't work. And you're just like, shit. Like that would be terrible. Like just to be like halfway through the run and like suddenly your macro doesn't work and you're just like, I guess the run's over, guys. Sorry, there's nothing I can do. Can't fix this without literally cheating, so yeah. Okay, I think I changed the save. And now we can get this going. All right. I still have to like look into what kind of metronome I want to get. But I've been putting off doing that because I don't like any of the options that are just immediately obviously available online. They all look stupid and I feel like they'd be bad. And so I've been meaning to talk to someone who might know more about that than me, to get a good idea of what might be the best kind of metronome and which kind of metronome I should get for this. Uh, and I guess one thing I do have to contend with is what powers the metronome. Is it like a battery operated thing or whatever? And like, if that goes in the middle of a run, that's also bad. Yeah. There are so many things that can go wrong. Already in the route that I have, there are several points where the run can just end abruptly. Because various reasons I need souls for a certain thing, and if I die, I don't have any way to get the souls back, and so there's not really anything I can do about it. Things like that, but hopefully the further I go in, the less chances of that will be of happening. Also, apparently, I should spam the button until I rest at the bonfire. Okay, to recap, it was 4, 16, start running. Was it 7? I think it was 7, into 2, into 2, into 3, into 2, into 5. I just mean, like, I have absolutely no way of salvaging the run. So, here, sorry, this metronome is, it's hard to talk with for me. No, it's fine. This stuff is a pain in the ass anyways. So, what's an example? After I kill Asylum Demon, he gives me 2,000 souls. I need those 2,000 souls to buy Heavy Soul Arrow. And so, if in the time between after I kill Asylum Demon and I get Heavy Soul Arrow, if I die in a way where my souls are unrecoverable, I don't have a way to get those souls back in order to buy Heavy Soul Arrow. Like, I simply don't know how to progress the run forward at that point. So it's things like that where it's like, yeah, hypothetically, you could go and you could farm enemies for like 20 minutes to get the right number of souls, but I haven't routed how to do that. And so if I'm in the middle of a run and something like that happens, there's just nothing I can do. So that's what I mean when the run dies. Or when I just, like, if there's an unexpected death in a certain part. This is absolutely not a deathless run. In fact, there are many deaths which are absolutely intentional. I'm not that crazy. I'm just very crazy. Actually, okay, we'll quit out here. We'll start the metronome up again. Okay. 4, 16, 7, 2, 2, 4, 2, 5, 3. Hopefully that stays true. This might be one of those instances where I just kind of have to hope for the best because enemies are unpredictable. Damn it. Dying here just wastes time. Better just reset the save. Well, I can't do anything about that. If he's gonna just stand in the way, I'm just gonna die. Nope, that would be a reset right there. I might have to come up with a better strategy, but I'd just like to see if this one actually can work again before I try something new. This is all bosses, so no. Yeah, I think I need a new route. Like, hypothetically, I could skip Undead Bird for now and do it later, except the route I'm doing... Well, okay, technically, I could go through the Undead Parish, back through under the bridge, back around down to Lower Undead Berg, which is still arguably Undead Berg. I need to get Griggs right now. I really, really need to get Griggs. Because he's got the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring. And it's very important. It's like I could skip it for now and come back later, except I need to get Griggs. I absolutely need to get Griggs. And I have to come back at some point and kill all the bosses. Okay, so we're... Did I... Please tell me I did the save. I didn't. Okay, let's try something new. What do we do that's new? Ideally... What do you mean you only recall Taurus and gargoyles? Like, as in... Oh, cap. Okay, you just mean bosses in the area? Yeah. And eventually I'm going to have to do Gaping Dragon, but I'm actually not going to do Capra or Gaping Dragon right now. I'm going to come back later and do them just because it's going to be easier. Okay, so I'm thinking of maybe running up and getting all the guys mad at me. And then trying to, like, run past them or something. Okay, so that guy aggro's pretty early. That's pushing it, I think. I'm not sure what you mean by roll stagger. Could you be more specific? No, rolls. Okay, so technically it exists in the game, but it is almost impossible for me to do. The only way to roll stagger is to deal damage with your roll, and the only way to deal damage with your roll is to be wearing a very specific set of armor, or at least a single piece of that set of armor. And that armor does, I think, like some tiny amount of poise damage. And so if an enemy has no poise and you roll into it with that armor, you'll stagger on roll. But no, enemies don't roll stagger in this game. Not on a base level anyways. I completely forgot that was a mechanic even. Okay, I don't know if that's the best thing to do, but so far it seems more consistent than the last thing. Problem is, the age-old problem of killing enemies is you don't know where you're going to be facing when it's all said and done. Okay, that's actually pretty easy to do if we can get stuck there, though, on that door. I wonder if we can just run into the door and then do that, maybe? Also, we might also need a specific angle for that, though, too. Let's do some experimenting. Okay, I was hoping to get a good angle off of doing that, but I did not. Maybe if I use the bow. I have somewhat of a strategy for Ariamis. It has a few different like paths that I maybe have to figure out, and sometimes it just breaks anyways, but like technically I've managed to do a few runs without dying blindfolded. And so where it stands right now, I'm happy to just say that it can work and that I don't need to get homeward bones, and I'll hash out like the edge cases later and figure out the specifics of like how to spend the souls and things like that later. I spent all of yesterday on Ariama, so I kind of wanted to do something new and interesting. But real quick, you go to the bottom of this list. All of this here is this is sort of my decision tree here of like all the different things I need to keep in mind when doing that. So it's not like too complicated. It kind of worked out, but it goes wrong like most of the time. So you gotta like constantly fix things and stuff like that. But it's definitely better than I thought it would be for it now, anyways. Anyways, right. Okay, what was I gonna do again? Right. Okay, I'm gonna try and use the bow. So it's get me stuck where I wanted to get stuck, but it did get me stuck, so I'll try and work with that maybe. Damn it. That's okay. My stepping method is not always the most accurate. But it's easy. And that's what I like about it. What the hell am I doing wrong? I swear I took an extra... Am I just bad at counting? It could be. I've been counting too long. I've lost my edge. That's better. Come on, dude! I hate that guy so much. uh, yes, a little bit. Not a terrible idea, actually. It's why I have routed into the run to grab Oral Decoy. I don't have it yet. Because I want to test some things out to see if it's ever useful. It's just not a good place to get stuck. I can't really like I can distract them and have them look the other way, and that maybe would improve like the randomness of like how they react to me. Like they might be slower to do so. But honestly, I think they hear me before they see me. And I actually don't know how aggro works in this game either. It might be that some, like in some locations, it seems like the enemies are just hard-coded to like see you, because there's an area in this game where the second you get off the elevator in Anor Londo, even if you're invisible and have no footsteps, the gargoyle just comes charging right at you, and like it's just like, what? He literally shouldn't be able to see me, but he just does every time. Like that guy sees me, and I think he alerts the other guys to my position. Yeah. Yeah. Even if I take out the first guy, it's still not a straight shot to the door where I want to be. Yeah, I actually think it's this guy that stands there. Well, actually, let's test that out, because he sees me, because I can see him, and he kind of twitches, and you can be like, oh, he sees you. So maybe if I like shoot him, and this is more for testing purposes, because I'm not going to try and shoot him in the route, but I just want to see if I shoot him at like a really far distance, will he like alert the other guy to my position? So he currently doesn't know I exist. No idea how far away. So he's gonna come mess me up, but is his buddy gonna come and mess me up? Doesn't look like it. Like, it's helpful to have that guy dead, but I just don't know how I could hit him every time. Maybe I can't even really know that I would hit him. Like, I don't think I hear the shot hit. If I wanted to just throw away a couple hundred arrows trying to hit him, also kind of a bad idea. Yeah, as you can see, hitting him is not exactly easy. At this point, I'm just trying to confirm that there's, like, an audio cue, or not an audio cue. Yeah, you don't hear that at all. And you don't know he's coming. Actually, kind of interesting. Presumably I can shoot this guy, although he might get mad. Turns out he's better at the archer fight than I am. He's like really good at it. Okay, I mean, yeah, I could just try and get close and then get far back and then try and kill two of them and then hope that's good enough. I don't know. Okay, I really like the start of that, just trying to shoot that guy. If I stand in the right spot, it's probably likely to hit him and likely to be looking roughly the right direction. But trying to get the second guy is kind of crazy. What with the sniper there? God damn it, dude. I like how the first thing I tried worked just like a charm, and then it just never worked ever again, and now I'm in this hellhole. That's what I like. It's so easy to get stuck in the wrong spot there. It's kind of annoying. Hit my mic there, sorry about that. One of the problems I'm having is depending on where the guy's standing will depend on whether I can actually lock onto him in time or not. And I can't stress this enough. I really, 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 really wish that lock on had an audio cue. But it doesn't. You have no way of knowing if you locked on, locked off, or just reset your camera for no reason. I hate you so much, dude. You are by far my least favorite grandchild. Um, pots. What do you mean by pots? I'm confused. Yeah, you'd think. Oh. No. Throwing things. Okay, spells are the best for lock-on. And just in general, because if you can, like, look at my feet, they move, but my position doesn't change. I don't think I have any consumables, because why would I grab them if I'm not going to use them? But when you throw a firebomb in this game, you step forward a tiny bit, and it totally messes with your camera. It's literally terrible. Also, things like miracles, most of them move your position a little bit. Pyromancies, most of them move your position a little bit. They're not terrible, but sorceries is just that much better, and also sorceries are just that much stronger and more useful for later in the game. So it's just like, sorceries is what I have because it's what I'm going to be using later, and it just makes everything easier, and it's also just the best option. Okay, I think that was 4 back steps after 20 steps. And now we gotta find some way to get this next guy to come to me. That was okay, so 20 and 4, 10 and 6 is what happened. I did get shot in the face, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, sorcery's broken. Let's just see what happens if we walk forward, I guess. Not quite there, but we can try something like that. I think we're just gonna have to kill all the dudes except for the... Well, we could try and kill the guy, but probably not worth doing. I mean, it has been the strat up to this point to kill all the dudes. It's just like this one is particularly finicky because it's an ambush, and it's actually like hard if you're playing the game sighted, or like moderately hard if you're playing the game sighted. I potentially avoid getting shot by doing that. And there's kind of the problem, is depending on when that guy dies, depends on which way you're facing. And you have no way of knowing. Also, I took 9 steps forward on purpose, which means I didn't know what happened, but the guy behind the barricade didn't get aggroed, which is maybe good, maybe bad. I mean, if that works, it's not going to work every time, but The problem is the angle, so let's see what other kind of angles we can end up with, I guess. Also, I should point out the angle from killing the first guy can mess with stuff too, but we're just going to have to roll with the punches here. Yeah, that's fine. Our position is probably not perfect. But, like, yeah, we missed him. It's going to happen sometimes. We're still facing roughly the right direction. Our angle straight now, so it's kind of like, yeah, problematic. Okay, what we could do at this point is try and reset. This isn't quite perfect yet because our direction might be messed up. Also, this might not work. We'll have to mess around with that a bit. I'm thinking realistically, if I'm going to go to all that trouble, I should take out the guy behind the barricade too, because he's making a lot of noise and it just added randomness that I don't really want to deal with. So do 20, back 4, 10, back 6, cast a bunch of times, and just wait until 2 guys die, I guess. And then we'll see what that looks like from there. Yeah, we get hit, which is actually a good sign. So we happen to be straight this time, and it's probably more likely that we'll end up straight than not, because there's 2 of them, and they're likely to chase us down. The reason we'd get off to the side is if they, like, jumped at us last second. It's interesting. I don't know what I should do exactly. Our bow is based off of our camera. Our camera might be tilted is the problem, I think. Maybe not, though. We could potentially do something like this, though. Not quite that, but something. Actually, I probably could have unzoomed the bow and then got stuck on the door and just done the strat from there, probably. Mm. Perfect for what exactly? You joking, dude? Alright, fine. When you were at the stair. Yeah, I mean, it usually comes down to rolls are great, but they're a little finicky sometimes. Oh, maybe you're thinking like rolling up the stairs if I just did one instead of two, maybe? Maybe, who knows? Okay, well, we'll just assume we're fine. So I think it was 3 over. I think that'll work, probably. Okay, let me kind of write that down before I forget it, because it seems good. What's weird? Dark root farming, we're not doing that right now. Night butterfly. Does this work even? I don't know. Whatever. Don't care right now. So I can try and explain some of the inconsistencies in this game. One is I don't think rolls are 100% consistent. I think there's a level of randomness with, say, how many frames you press the arrow keys forward or backwards or to the side before the game registers the spacebar press. That might make the roll shorter or longer, is one of them. Because you like that's how rolls work. Like you move in a direction and you press the roll button. And so if you get it like perfectly together, you might get the perfect roll, but you can't know that you've done that. And then there's just like, again, if you just move in a direction for like a couple frames before you roll, it's going to be a slightly longer roll. And then there's the fact that it seems to me that rolling up and down slopes is inconsistent. And I think that mostly has to do with just slight inconsistencies in your X and Y coordinate can cause dramatic differences in how far you travel. But I'm not 100%. And it might also be due to the thing I just mentioned earlier with like how you actually control pressing a roll. But they're very inconsistent. And so if you're ever on like a slope, I try not to roll if I don't have to, but sometimes rolling is just the best option. Or in the case of some of the earlier spots in the run, it's just what I was working with at the time and it's what I figured out. And so even though there are inconsistencies, I just make it work. And then there's the fact that rolling with the bow out is very different. Also, I think probably the most consistent way to roll is to roll consecutively. Because after you roll one time, the second roll can be queued up to happen right after the first roll. And so that's going to be generally a very, very specific distance that you're going to travel. But also generally when you do consecutive rolls, you tend to move less far. So if you roll twice in a row, you go less far than if you roll once and then wait and then once again. And most of the rolls I do are not consecutive. And the reason I don't do consecutive rolls is one, to do with stamina management. I just don't like to deal with it that much when I'm blindfolded. And two is sometimes it's just better to do it that way. Sometimes you need to like roll and then assess where you are, kind of thing. But I also do consecutive rolls sometimes, depending on what I'm doing. It kind of just, the situation calls for different strategies, I guess. Oh, also, I guess doesn't really matter. I've been looking at this for a while. And I forgot that I had that. Oh, I guess I also have to do this. Has there been no game sound for a while? No. I just switched over. Okay, we're fine. We're good. What do I call this? To Undead Berg. Yeah. It's just because I've had to switch between the thing and the metronome thing, and in order to do that, I have to shut. Because currently, I have like just like the sound, the Windows sounds are being recorded, but when I do the whole metronome thing, because I want to separate out the metronome sound and make it quieter, so it's not as annoying for you as it is for me, I have to turn off Windows sound and record all the different sounds separately. So it's just kind of a bit of a pain. But I assumed someone would have said something, but sometimes people don't say anything, you know. Okay. For now, we'll just say to the spot before the dragon bit. Yeah, no, like currently when I record the metronome sound, it's at minus 35.6 decibels. So it's a lot louder for me than it is for you. But you got to remember, I have to be able to hear the metronome over top of the game sound. And that's the whole point of the metronome being there. It's not too loud for me, but I also haven't actually listened to what it sounds like on stream because I just don't have time for that stuff, you know? You spend 5 hours streaming a thing. The last thing you want to do is go back and watch it and see how it went. Okay, this I'll just highlight so I know I have to actually put something there. I'm too lazy to fix that right now. And for the most part, like the reason it's like that is because of feedback from people. One person in particular who was watching at the time who was very helpful because apparently the volume was quite annoying, and I was just gonna let it go because I just couldn't be bothered to care. But if people are gonna say something, I'll change it, you know. People are always looking out for me, trying to make sure that people are watching and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. Have you seen the kind of content I'm providing here? Do you really think I need people watching? All right, I should get to this. Okay. Four into straight. It's just like some days I'm just like, why are people even watching? Like I like to describe it as me bashing my head into a brick wall. That's kind of the content we provide here on this channel. Then we lock on and cast, let's say, soul arrow. And hopefully he dies. Kind of implied. And then Walk forward again. 10. Backstep times 6. You will likely get hit with an arrow. It's fine. That technically shouldn't be its own line item. It doesn't make grammatical sense to me. Okay. Lock on, cast soul arrow times 2 to 4. Kill 2 hollows is what we need to know. May need to relock after the first. And then better than Netflix. Well, I don't know if that's high praise or not. Depends what you're watching on there, I guess. Okay. Kill 2 hollows means we're like at the first. And now we kind of just hope. So we'll put the step down pray. I like throwing that into my strats when it's necessary. Although you noticed in the moment I never do, but and oh right, and then we swapped bow. See, this is why you got to write it down because I had completely forgotten. 2-hand. We could just say zoom because you have to 2-hand to zoom, and I know that. I'm not. I've played this blindfolded enough to know how to zoom into the bow. Roll. Just do forward 3 times, and then to the right once, and then wait for shot usually, or that's fine. We'll just put it like that, and then well, we're still rolling. We know that. Roll forward 3 times, unzoom, walk forward for 9. I didn't actually count that well. And then it's roll to the left. Roll forward twice. I gotta start putting this in when it's necessary. If I don't sometimes, it's problematic, but... And then... Actually, I think this is our format, as we say C-roll, isn't it, don't we? C-roll, and then back to roll to the left. Once. And then walk forward. Spamming E. And on fire. Okay, let's try that, huh? All right, see you around. Okay, let's make sure that the save is loaded properly, and I'll give this a shot, see if it works. All we really need is it to work some of the time. Okay, it sounded like he got pretty close, but we didn't even get hits. That's fine. Okay, so that was problematic. Our angle could be messed up. Our position's definitely a little bit further back. But we don't have a strat, so we'll just do the strat we have, so... That's not good. So we either got stuck in the bad spot or the good spot. Or we're a little too... not close enough to the spot, but... Well, we're definitely below the little tower thing he's got. Yeah. That's okay. I definitely screwed up with the backstepping. It was kind of loud. And I was trying to spam, and then I realized that was a bad idea. I was in the middle of the stairs. I rolled diagonally? That doesn't sound like what should have happened. Guy at the left is supposed to come at me first. All right. Yeah, I think that happened in my testing. Like, it doesn't really matter which one dies. It was better than last time, I think. Yeah, I just wanted to check. We are here. I was concerned because I heard the barricade breaking again. But it's fine. We'll just keep going. Should be fine, unless our angle's bad. Nope. Okay. I'd like to go see what was going on there. This was a while back, huh? I assume... No, this was the last run already. So we... gonna roll whenever I get around to it, I guess. Roll this way. Yeah. So it's just the... I mean, we should go back to the actual run. Three, four. We shoot the guy. No issues. We Okay, so we actually did do 6 back steps, which it's hard to know if we did or not. Overhealed, but it does not matter. Our angle just so happens to be good to not do this stupid rolling stuff. Okay. Oh, that's the one that's breaking. I might as well keep going to, because I wasn't actually watching when this happened, but I assume it's basically the same as before because our angle's not good. The whole thing gets thrown off. Yeah. I guess I'm curious how often, while doing that, does my angle get messed up by the guys hitting me? If it's every time, I can just assume I'm going to get hit and then have a backup if I don't get hit. So I'll do it blind up until the end of the 6 back steps and killing the 2 dudes. And then I'll just like check what's going on. Okay, I'll assume... Actually, I don't know if I'm straight or not because the first guy might have got me messed up, but I'll assume I'm straight. I am straight, okay. Because I didn't get hit the second time around, or the first time around. And so from here, I'll just see if this works. Actually, I'll do it blind. Okay, this is right. That's one of the problems we have, but it's not a big deal. There's a weird thing in this game, and I don't know if it's a keyboard PC port problem or what it is. But sometimes in some situations, based on what you were doing and what the game expects you to want to do, you'll like try and move in a direction and the game will like have your character twitch and like not move in the direction you want. And it's really annoying. All right, let's try that again. Jeez, that was a lot of work. Okay, I'll assume my angle is totally messed up now, and it's not. Presumably, because I don't know why. Presumably because the guy was a little late to the party, and so I had to relock onto him because I killed the first guy, or whoever came first. And then I was shooting and I wasn't locked on, and the guy wasn't there. So I had to wait and then lock on after he was trying to kill me. And then from that point, it's like, I don't know. What the hell? Did I get a bad roll? I need to check that out. That was weird. Yeah, this definitely looks like what happened. So we're on the right run. Ooh, we almost died, didn't we? Oh, no, this is the first guy. Okay. That's right. Shoot, we missed this guy. He messes up a bunch. Takes us a while. We get him. Miss. We realize we have to lock on because we haven't killed the second guy yet. We get very lucky. We would have died otherwise. And it just so happens the attacks he didn't get us. But okay, the really thing I want to know is what happened here with the rolling. If I could just get to that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So I just got knocked off that much. And my angle was so far to the left that there was no corrections to be had. Okay. So if that happens, I don't know what to do about it. Just don't let that happen, I guess, right? Okay, he's dead. Yeah, they're both dead. Probably full health. I can't know my angle. Let's just try and do it. Okay, that sounds about right. Et voila. And I don't have any water left to celebrate, but... Okay. So, it can work. It's really finicky. I think it's the best I'm gonna get. And I think I just have to be mindful of the different things that can happen and what they sound like. And if they do happen, then I'll have to try and kind of just improvise. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just start over. Because, like, this isn't nearly as important to get right as, say, the Painted World was. Where I need to be able to execute the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. This, I just need to do one time and we're good. And it's also, like, just a hard area. So, like, you know, whatever. So, I'll just double check to make sure that my strats reflect the truth. 4, 4, lock on, shoot. 10, 6. That's not even true anymore, because now that we're doing it blind, we don't even know what happens. So it doesn't matter. Kill 2 hollows. This is honestly not important information. Pray, you betcha. Swap, roll 3, roll 1. Roll 3, unzoom, walk 9. 9 was working. We're not going to mess with it. Roll twice, roll once. And here after the roll twice, I did get shot, and that was on purpose. I didn't want to risk having a bad roll or having the weird twitch thing, which sometimes happens if you try and change directions with rolling weirdly and stuff like that. So it's easier to just get shot and then roll from there, which should be guaranteed. And then walk forward, get the bonfire, rest at the bonfire, exit of the bonfire. Dark sign. And so now for a little bit, because I don't have much time left, about half an hour in case anyone's curious, I could start working on the next bit, and I might start just because we got to figure out how to get to Taurus Demon and kill him. And that is not going to be fun. Yeah, no worries. I don't even know if I want to continue tonight. I got this far and honestly didn't get a lot accomplished today, but yeah. See you later. Or never, you know. Whatever's up to you. I'll still be here. Currently, I'm streaming this Monday to Friday, 7 to 12 p.m. CST. And then some days I skip. And if you want to know if I'm skipping a day, it usually happens sometime throughout the day. I'll make a post about it, but just on YouTube. I don't have any social media. Looks like he's not been alerted to my presence. I don't think this is necessarily the route to go, but... It's like, even if I do this... I gotta get up the stairs... and around this guy. Okay, that wasn't... probably not too bad. Then I gotta get around this guy. Ugh. This is not pretty. Also, can these guys hit me through the wall? I'm curious. I only see this guy, but... oh well. No, it looks like they're chill. Anyways, no point writing this until we figure out how to get here. So that's a possibility. I don't love it. I mean, I could try and kill the Black Knight, but that's kind of insane. I mean, what I like about it is skipping all the enemies. That's what I like about it. Right, I forget. If I want to try that, I have to quit out there and then roll, and it's a little ugly. I'm also realizing that I might actually want to go through Dark Route to do this. The only problem is Havel, but Havel's a lot less scary. Okay, no, actually, the real problem with Dark Route is I'd have to climb down Dark Route, and that doesn't sound like fun. That's going to be a big problem in this run, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. It's always harder than you think it's going to be. And, like... noises. Alright, I'm just going to do some thinking for a second. By thinking, I mean we're getting the old GIMP out, which is the name of an actual program. Nothing weird, okay? All right. Just new, sure. Okay, so Taurus is here. And we're about here. Oh, gotta do this first. We're about here. And we've got all of this route to go through. Or we've got this route to go through. Or behind Taurus, there's a big long bridge with a scary dragon. With lots of fire. Yes, that's definitely a dragon with fire. And then in order to do that, we have to come from the church. That's a church. Go down the steps, past a big boar. Past a gate that if it closes isn't too bad, I guess, because we're coming from this direction. We have to go underneath, fight through some little rats. Come up along here, up through here, back along here, and then we skip Taurus entirely. And come back later. So I guess the problem... I have never in my life tried to see what happens if you try and approach Taurus from the back. Huh. Why haven't I done that? I should check that out in a second. But anyways, so we can potentially just skip Taurus because he's not necessary. And do him later because this stuff sucks. We would be able to get the ladder here, which leads to our bonfire, which now I realize our diagram sucks because our bonfire is here, but it's also here. But that's fine. That's not a problem. The other option we have is Taurus is still here. And our bonfire is still here. But instead, we run around, going through the Valley of Drakes, somewhere over off in the distance, no one cares. We go up through Dark Route, which is up here, and then we go up around the big spirally staircase, and then we come out here. And skipping all of this garbage area that I hate. And all we gotta do is run through Valley of Drakes again, which is already routed. And then do a little bit of running through Dark Route, which is mostly routed. Get up to a little door with a big Havel monster behind it, with a big dragon tooth. Very accurate drawings. And then we just kind of run up and down some stairs. Also, this guy is just going to chase us, because we can't kill him. So we run up some stairs with a Havel monster chasing us, and then kill Taurus. Like, actually, that sounds easier, now that I think about it. Which means I routed this for nothing. That's not true. Exactly, it's kind of true. Is it? If we do this way, though, the problem is getting to Lower Undead Berg is kind of annoying. Is it? It's a little annoying. It was always going to be annoying, I guess. Because, like, getting from here to this bonfire, I'd still have to route, which I could go along the bridge, which is, again, this bonfire is here and here. I could kill Taurus from up below, and then go along this bridge, kick down the ladder, and get the bonfire there, I suppose. So that's not a problem. So that's not a consideration to be worried about. But I guess the problem is, if I come up from below, kill Taurus, and get the bonfire, then we'd either have to route through all this stuff to get to Lower Undead Berg still, or we have to go up the ladder, which again is up here, and then back this way through the dragon. We established there's a scary dragon with fire. To get to here, which is the door which we needed the key for, which we almost forgot later, to go all the way down and do all the stuff and rescue Griggs. So the problem is if the getting past the dragon is tricky, then we have to get through all this crap. And we still have to route this crap. But we're trying to avoid routing that crap. But if we already routed it, then it's fine. But if we don't route it, then what's the point? So I guess we're just going to do some testing. We're not going to do any routing anymore. And the first thing I want to do is I want to see what happens if you approach the Taurus Demon's boss room from behind. Because maybe I tried it once and then forgot what the answer is to that question. That's fine. We'll just throw away all this good progress we made. And come approach Taurus from behind. And that is not a euphemism for anything. And also I think it'll demonstrate why we're probably not going to do that, even if it does work. Because getting past the boar and all those guys and going under the bridge is like 10 times crazier than what we were actually going to do just now. Although, arguably, who knows? You know, sometimes there's just like an easy way of doing things and it works out great, and you don't know until you try. It's the only thing that keeps me going, actually, is the fact that there's interesting routing to be done and questions to be answered. So running through this blindfolded does not sound like a good time. Boop. You gotta boop them, it's important. Oh, shit. We might die. We're good. Do you understand why we're not going this direction yet? God damn it, dude. Also, I didn't take Fire Link, so we have to do all that again. Actually, hold on a second. Or no, never mind. I was gonna go down through the watchtower, but that doesn't actually lead anywhere. The rats are literally the worst. Plunge attack with what? My catalyst? I guess I have a lightning spear. Ah, crap. Damn it. Honestly, I could kill... Oh, I could kill Taurus Demon with this. But the problem isn't actually killing Taurus Demon, it's getting to Taurus Demon, which, you know, is a big difference. Oh, come on, guys. We're all friends here. Also, you'd think that having a lightning spear for this section of the game would be like OP as hell. Not the case. Not when you're blind. Alright, because I don't want to do this again and it's actually kind of hard, I'll take the bonfire and hopefully it'll waste less time. Because I think the second I do this and find out that you can't approach the bonfire or approach towers from the back, I think that's when we'll call it. Because I think once you've attempted something as stupid as that, I think generally that's when you've exhausted all your good ideas and it's time to go to bed. But we can stab the boar now, so that'll be cool. Let's see if I can get him. Messing around a little bit too much. Damn it. Okay, I can't stab him in the butt. Okay, I tried. I do really want to get the boop though, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't try. I should just move on. If I plugged in my controller, I could do it no problem. Oh, that's right. I heard the gate close last second. So it means we kind of want these guys gone. Reopen up this bad boy. I got it. Nice. No poison. It's always good. Now we will be resorting back to the catalyst. Also, I realized the sound of... No, dude, no, what the... Ah. I heard them coming. I didn't think they'd get there that fast. So yeah, this is why we will not be using this method, even if it's possible. I guess as stated earlier, it is possible to skip Taurus doing this, but I don't know if it's possible to kill Taurus doing this. Oh, also, we need the spear again. Gotta love the fact that everybody else gets lock-on arrows besides me. And we're poisoned. Alright, let's just use the damn spear. I have bad memories from what happens if you don't use the spear. I was hearing some footsteps, but I think that's just the guys on the bridge. Also, goddamn, this poison is strong. Okay. Hit this. Get the bonfire. Now the dragon's active, so we're going to deal with that real quick. And it's all good. Okay. Yeah, for the part, which I'm pretty sure doesn't work, but I had to test anyways, because I didn't know the answer. Yeah, there's a fog wall, but I don't think you can go through it. No, you can't. Alright, well that answers that question. Honestly, I think that's it for me. What a crazy day. Alright, so, it's basically midnight for me. So for everyone who came by and showed support, and anyone who's still here, thanks for stopping by. I'm going to take off. I should be back tomorrow unless I have a really, really bad day, but that rarely happens, so we'll probably be there tomorrow. But who knows? Also, if my schedule gets crazy, I also won't be there. You know, just kind of stuff happens. But anyways, I'll see y'all later. Good night.